Imagine, if you will, a land carved not by hands but by ice. A place where mountains rise like frozen waves from the sea, where fjords cut deep into the earth like scars of ancient gods, and where the northern lights dance silently over snow-laced pines. This is Norway, not just a country on a map, but a story written in stone, ice, blood, and song. Tonight, we journey through every chapter of that story, from the first footprints in post-glacial mud to the quiet hum of oil rigs in the North Sea. We'll walk with Vikings through mist-shrouded valleys, kneel in candlelit stave churches, hide in snowdrifts during Nazi occupation, and stand beside modern Norwegians as they grapple with wealth, memory, and the weight of peace. This is not a summary. This is an immersion. So settle in, let your breath slow, let the weight of the day dissolve. And as the world outside fades, let the long, winding river of Norwegian history carry you gently into sleep. Long before kings, before runes, before even the first whispered name of Odin, there was only ice. For over 2 million years, during the Pleistocene epoch, glaciers advanced and retreated across the land we now call Norway. At their peak, these ice sheets were more than 3 kilometers thick, so heavy they pressed the Earth's crust downward, like a giant's thumb sinking into soft clay. When the last great thaw began around 12,000 years ago, the ice didn't just melt, it roared. Torrents of meltwater carved valleys so deep they would later fill with seawater, becoming the world-famous fjords. Sognefjord, Hardangerfjord, Geirangerfjord, each a liquid cathedral framed by sheer cliffs and cascading waterfalls. As the ice retreated northward, it left behind a raw, glistening landscape. Polished bedrock, erratic boulders dropped like forgotten toys, and lakes formed in glacial hollows. The air was sharp, with the scent of wet stone and new moss. And into this reborn world came the first humans. They arrived not by conquest, but by necessity, small bands of hunter-gatherers following reindeer herds northward as the tundra greened. These were the Arensberg culture people. Then later the Fosna-Hensbaka groups, who settled along Norway's ragged western coast around 10,000 BCE. They carried bone-tipped spears, antler harpoons, and knowledge passed down through generations. Where the seals hauled out on skerries, when the salmon ran up the rivers, how to read the wind for storms. Their homes were simple tents of reindeer hide, stretched over driftwood frames, or shallow huts dug into the earth and lined with stones. Fire was sacred, not just for warmth, but for transforming raw meat into sustenance, for hardening spear points, for keeping the long Arctic nights at bay. There were no villages yet, only seasonal camps. Summer by the coast for fishing and fowling, winter inland where forests offered shelter and game. But these people were not merely surviving. They were thinking, feeling, creating. At Alta, in northern Norway, on smooth rock faces by the shores of the Altafjord, they left behind one of humanity's oldest art galleries. Over 6,000 petroglyphs, carved not with metal, but with stone and bone, depict reindeer migrations, bear hunts, boats with oars, and human figures dancing or holding hands. Some scenes show rituals, a shaman wearing antlers, perhaps invoking the spirit of the hunt. Others show boats so detailed we can count the rowers, evidence that by 4,200 BCE, Norwegians were already navigating open water, not just hugging the shore. These carvings weren't mere decoration. They were memory made visible. In a world without writing, rock art was how stories were preserved, how knowledge of tides, animal behavior, and celestial cycles was passed from elder to child. The red ochre they sometimes used, made from iron-rich clay mixed with animal fat, wasn't just pigment, it was blood of the earth, a sacred substance that linked the living to the land. By 4000 BCE, the climate had warmed further. Forests of pine, birch, and alder spread northward. The sea stabilized, and with it came new opportunities. People began to settle more permanently. They built larger longhouses, rectangular structures up to 20 meters long, With central hearths and sleeping platforms along the walls, they crafted pottery with pointed bases that could be stuck into the ground or nestled in ashes. They buried their dead in mounds of earth and stone, often with grave goods, a flint knife, a necklace of amber or bone, a bowl of food for the journey. And then, slowly, the Neolithic arrived, not with a bang, but with a seed. Farming trickled in from the south, carried by migrants or through trade. Barley and wheat were planted in small clearings. Domesticated pigs and cattle appeared, though hunting and fishing remained vital. The shift wasn't sudden. For centuries, Norwegians lived in a hybrid world, tilling small plots by day, setting fish traps by dusk. But this duality shaped their identity. A people always balancing cultivation with wildness, order with chaos. By 1800 BCE, the Bronze Age dawned not because bronze was abundant, Norway had almost no copper or tin, but because it was imported. Through trade networks stretching to Central Europe and the British Isles, Norwegian chieftains acquired bronze swords, axes, and jewelry. These weren't tools for daily use, they were status symbols, buried with the elite in lavish graves. One such burial at Josund in western Norway contained a man laid to rest with a bronze dagger, amber beads, and a stone battle axe, his body oriented toward the rising sun, as if awaiting rebirth. This era also saw the rise of sun worship. Rock carvings show solar discs pulled by horses or ships, symbols of the sun's daily journey across the sky and through the underworld at night. In a land where winter darkness could last for months, the sun wasn't just a star, it was a promise. And so, in this ice-carved cradle, the foundations of Norwegian culture were laid. Reverence for nature, mastery of the sea, a blend of practicality and spirituality, and a deep connection to ancestors. These weren't just survival strategies, they were the first whispers of a national soul. As the Bronze Age deepened, Norway's landscape became a canvas for ritual and power. Though the metal itself was rare, imported at great cost via amber and fur trade routes, the symbols it carried were transformative. Bronze wasn't just useful, it was magical. It gleamed like captured sunlight. It rang with a voice unlike stone or bone. And in the hands of a skilled smith, it could become a weapon, a mirror, or a vessel for the divine. Chieftains emerged, not kings in the later sense, but local leaders whose authority rested on lineage, wealth, and the ability to host feasts. Their power was displayed not in palaces, which didn't yet exist, but in burial mounds. At places like Bore and Vestfold, massive mounds, some over 40 meters in diameter, were raised over wooden chambers containing the dead. Grave goods included bronze razors, suggesting elite grooming rituals, tweezers, and even imported glass beads from the Mediterranean. These weren't just tombs, they were territorial markers, declarations that this land belonged to a certain lineage. The sun cult flourished. On rock faces and bronze razors, we see recurring motifs: ships carrying solar discs, pairs of horses drawing chariots across the sky, and human figures in ecstatic dance. One famous bronze artifact, the Trundholm sun chariot, found in Denmark but culturally shared, depicts a horse pulling a golden disc on wheels, with one side gilded, day, and the other plain, night. This cosmology wasn't abstract philosophy, it was lived reality. The winter solstice wasn't just a date, it was a crisis, a time when the sun might not return. Rituals were performed to ensure its rebirth. Offerings of food, drink, and sometimes, it's believed, human life, deposited in bogs and lakes. Then, around 500 BCE, iron arrived. Unlike bronze, iron could be sourced locally from bog iron, a rust-colored sediment found in wetlands. This democratized metalwork, no longer dependent on distant trade. Communities could forge their own tools and weapons. Iron axes cleared forests more efficiently. Iron plows tilled heavier soils. And iron swords longer, sharper, and deadlier than bronze reshaped warfare. But iron also brought social change. With better weapons came more frequent conflict. Hill forts, walled enclosures on high ground, appear across southern Norway, suggesting a need for defense. At places like Skjold and Rogaland, these forts controlled access to fertile valleys and trade routes. Society became more stratified. Warriors, farmers, smiths, and slaves, thralls, often captured in raids, formed a rigid hierarchy, yet daily life remained deeply tied to the rhythms of nature. Longhouses, now larger, sometimes 50 meters long, housed extended families, livestock, and stored grain under one roof. The central hearth was the heart of the home, for cooking, for warmth, for storytelling. Smoke curled up through a hole in the roof, blackening the rafters and preserving the timber against rot. Women spun wool from sheep, wove cloth on upright looms, and brewed ale from barley. Men fished, hunted, and tended fields of barley, rye, and flax. Spirituality evolved too. The sun cult gave way to a more complex pantheon, precursors to the Norse gods we know. Odin may have begun as a god of ecstasy and death. Thor as a protector against chaos, embodied by giants and storms. Sacrifices of animals, weapons, and occasionally humans were made at sacred groves, springs, and stones. The Oseberg ship burial, though later from the Viking Age, echoes these earlier practices. A high-status woman buried with sacrificed animals, wagons, and tapestries depicting ritual processions. By the Roman Iron Age, 1400 CE, Norway was connected to a wider world. Roman coins, glassware, and weapons have been found in graves, traded via intermediaries through the Baltic and down the Vistula River. Roman authors like Tacitus wrote of the Feni, a people living in the far north who hunted with bone-tipped arrows and wore skins, likely early Sami or Norse groups. But Norway remained fragmented, hundreds of petty kingdoms, each ruled by a jarl or petty king, bound by kinship and custom, not law. There was no Norway, yet only fjords, forests, and families, each guarding their own patch of this rugged land. And then, in the centuries after Rome's fall, something shifted. Populations grew. Climate warmed slightly. Seafaring technology improved. The stage was set for the age that would define Norway in the world's imagination. The Viking Age. The year is 793. The North Sea is calm, deceptively so, on the holy island of Lindisfarne, off the northeast coast of England. Monks rise before dawn to chant the office of matins. The air is salted with sea mist. The stone chapel cool beneath their bare feet. They are men of peace, devoted to prayer, manuscript, and the quiet rhythm of monastic life. They do not expect violence. They do not expect death. But then sails. Not the white sails of pilgrims or merchants, but dark, narrow shapes, cutting through the fog like the wings of ravens. Long ships, low in the water, swift, silent until the last moment, and then the shouting begins. What follows is not a battle, it is a slaughter. The raiders, tall, bearded, clad in leather and iron, storm the monastery with axes and fury. They smash altars, tear apart illuminated gospels for their jeweled bindings, drag priests by their hair into the surf. Gold chalices vanish into leather sacks. Reliquaries are pried open with knives. Some monks are killed outright. Others are taken as slaves, bound and thrown onto the ships like sacks of grain. When the Vikings leave, Lindisfarne is a ruin. Smoke curls from the thatched roofs, blood soaks the chapel floor, and across Christendom, a new terror takes root. This was not the first Norse raid, but it was the first to echo through history. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle would later record it with trembling awe. In this year, fierce, foreboding omens came over the land. And on the 8th, before the Ides of June, the harrying of the heathen miserably destroyed God's church on Lindisfarne. But who were these men? Were they mindless barbarians, as the chroniclers claimed, or something far more complex? To understand the Viking Age, we must look not only at the raiders, but at the land that forged them. Norway in the 8th century was a patchwork of small kingdoms, each ruled by a jarl or petty king. There was no central authority, no Norway as we know it. Power flowed through kinship, oaths, and the ability to reward loyal followers with land, silver, or plunder. The landscape itself encouraged fragmentation. Deep fjords, towering mountains, and dense forests made overland travel difficult. Communities were isolated, self-reliant, and fiercely independent. But the sea? The sea connected everything. Norwegians had been building boats for millennia, but by the 8th century, they had perfected the langskip, the longship. Made from overlapping oak planks, clinker-built, caulked with wool and tar, these vessels were miracles of engineering. Shallow drafted, they could beach on any shore or sail up rivers deep into enemy territory. With a single square sail of woven wool, they could cross the North Sea in 2 days. With oars, they could maneuver in silence, appearing like ghosts at dawn. The Oseberg ship, buried around 834 CE and unearthed in 1904, gives us a glimpse of this mastery. Though a ceremonial vessel, it is 5 meters long, with 15 pairs of oar ports, a gracefully curved prow carved with spiraling serpents, and a mast that once held a sail of 90 square meters. Every rivet, every timber, speaks of generations of accumulated knowledge of men who read the stars, felt the wind in their beards, and knew the tides as intimately as their own breath. But why did they raid? It wasn't just greed. It was necessity, ambition, and inheritance. In Norse society, land was the ultimate measure of status. But Norway's arable land was limited. Only about 3% of the country is suitable for farming. When a chieftain died, his estate was divided among his sons. With each generation, plots grew smaller. Younger sons, landless and restless, sought fortune elsewhere. Raiding offered a path to wealth, glory, and social mobility. A successful raid could yield silver, slaves, weapons, and fine cloth goods that could be traded, gifted, or displayed at feasts to attract followers. And in a culture that valued honor above all, dying in battle was the highest fate. As the Havamal, a collection of Old Norse wisdom poetry, declares, "Cattle die, kinsmen die. You yourself will die, but fame never dies for the one who earns it." So they sailed not just to England, but everywhere. To the west, they settled Iceland in the 872nd, lured by tales of volcanic plains and freedom from Norwegian kings. A century later, Eric the Red, exiled for murder, pushed further, founding settlements in Greenland. His son, Leif Erikson, would reach North America around the year 1000, landing in a place he called Vinland, likely Newfoundland, where Norse ruins at Lonso Meadows still stand. To the east, they traveled the river systems of Russia, trading furs, amber, and slaves for silver dirhams from the Islamic Caliphate. These Rus, possibly from the Old Norse rather, meaning rowers, would eventually give their name to Russia itself. To the south, they raided the coasts of France, Spain, and even North Africa. In 844, a Norse fleet sacked Seville. In 859, they wintered in the Rhone Valley. And in 911, after decades of raids, the Frankish king Charles the Simple granted the Viking leader Rollo land at the mouth of the Seine, creating the Duchy of Normandy, whose descendants would conquer England in 1066. But the Vikings were not just raiders. They were traders, explorers, poets, and lawmakers. At home, society revolved around the Thing, a local assembly where free men gathered to settle disputes, pass laws, and elect leaders. Justice was communal, not imposed from above. If a man was wronged, he could demand compensation, wergild, or, if refused, declare a blood feud. Honor was maintained through action, not decree. Women, though not equal, held significant power. They managed households, controlled property, and could divorce their husbands by declaring it before witnesses and reclaiming their dowry. Some, like the shield maidens of legend, though debated by historians, may have fought, but even without swords, Women like Queen Gunhild, wife of King Eric Bloodaxe, wielded influence through counsel, marriage alliances, and sheer force of will. Spiritually, the Norse lived in a world alive with gods, giants, and spirits. Odin, the Allfather, sought wisdom at any cost, even sacrificing an eye for a drink from the Well of Erd. Thor, with his hammer Mjolnir, protected humanity from the chaotic forces of the Jotnar giants. Freyja, goddess of love and war, chose half the slain for her hall, Sesrumnir, while Odin took the other half for Valhalla. Death was not an end, but a transition. Warriors hoped to die in battle and be carried by the Valkyries to feast eternally. Farmers, sailors, and mothers joined the goddess Hel in her quiet realm beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree. But this world was changing. By the late 10th century, Christianity was spreading northward. Missionaries from England and Germany brought not just a new god, but literacy, stone churches, and ties to European power structures. Some Norse rulers converted for political reasons. King Harald Bluetooth of Denmark famously declared his conversion on the Jelling Stone around 965 CE, claiming to have made the Danes Christian. In Norway, the shift was violent. Enter Olaf Tryggvason. Born around 963, Olaf was a Viking raider who converted to Christianity in England. In 995, he returned to Norway, seized the throne, and began a brutal campaign of forced conversion. He destroyed pagan temples, executed resistors, and baptized entire regions at sword point. His reign was short. He died in battle in 1000, but his zeal set the stage for his successor, Olaf Haraldsson. Olaf II, later Saint Olaf, ruled from 1015 to 1028. He too used force to spread Christianity, but he also built churches, established bishoprics, and laid the foundations of a unified Norwegian church. After his death at the Battle of Stiklestad, fighting against a coalition of pagan farmers and Danish-backed nobles, he was quickly declared a martyr. Miracles were reported at his grave. Pilgrims came from across Scandinavia. By 1164, he was canonized, and his shrine in Nidaros, modern Trondheim, became the spiritual heart of Norway. The Viking Age did not end with a bang, but with integration. By 1066, the year of the Battle of Stamford Bridge, where King Harald Hardrada of Norway was killed invading England, the Norse were no longer outsiders. They were Normans in France, Varangians in Byzantium, settlers in the British Isles. In Norway itself, the era of petty kings was giving way to centralized monarchy. The longships still sailed, but now they carried kings, not just raiders. The runes still carved, but soon they would share space with Latin script. The old gods faded into folklore, their names surviving in place names Torsnes, Thor's Headland, Odinsoy, Odin's Island, and in the quiet rituals of farmers who still left offerings at sacred groves long after the priests had left. The Viking Age lasted less than 3 centuries, but its legacy shaped Norway forever. It gave the nation its seafaring soul, its love of independence, and a mythic identity that still echoes in sagas, place names, and the very shape of its coastline, where every fjord holds a story, and every wave carries the memory of oars. The sea still smells of salt and pine tar. The wind still howls through the fjords like a skald singing of old battles. But something has changed. The smoke rising from the longhouses no longer carries only the scent of cooking fish and burning peat. It now mingles with the faint, unfamiliar aroma of incense. In the distance, where once only the cries of gulls and the clang of a blacksmith's hammer echoed, a new sound begins to rise. The deep, resonant toll of a church bell. This is Norway at the crossroads. The Viking Age did not vanish overnight. It did not collapse in a single battle or dissolve in a royal decree. Instead, it transformed slowly, unevenly, often violently, into something new. The wild, decentralized world of jarls, thing, assemblies, and blood oaths began to give way to a kingdom, centralized, Christian and increasingly tied to the rhythms of European Christendom. But this shift was not clean. It was messy, contested, and soaked in both faith and blood. At the heart of this transformation stands a name, whispered in sagas and carved into runestones: Harald Fairhair. According to the Heimskringla, the great 13th century chronicle written by Snorri Sturluson, Harald was a young king of Vestfold who, around the year 860, swore an oath. He would neither cut nor comb his hair until he had unified all of Norway under one crown. For 10 years, he waged war, burning farms, sinking rival fleets, and forging alliances through marriage and fear. His defining moment came at the Battle of Hafrsfjord, traditionally dated to 872 CE, where he crushed a coalition of western chieftains in a narrow fjord near modern-day Stavanger. Victory here, the sagas claim, marked the birth of Norway as a single realm. But how much of this is history, and how much is myth? Modern historians urge caution. Archaeological evidence from Hafrsfjord shows ship burials and weapons from the period, confirming a major naval clash. Yet the idea of a fully unified Norway under one king in 872 is almost certainly an exaggeration. Harald may have dominated the southwest Vestfold, Rogaland, Hordaland, but the north, the inland valleys, and the far reaches of Trøndelag remained fiercely independent. Even his own descendants would spend generations reasserting control. Still, the idea of Harald matters. He became the founding father of the Norwegian monarchy, a symbol of unity in a land defined by fragmentation. Later, kings would trace their lineage back to him, not because the bloodline was unbroken, it often wasn't, but because legitimacy required a mythic origin. And in that sense, Harald Fairhair did unify Norway not by sword alone, but by story. Yeah, unification meant little without a shared identity. And for that, Norway needed more than a king. It needed a god. Enter Christianity. At first, the new faith arrived not through missionaries, but through trade and war. Norse warriors who served in the Varangian Guard of the Byzantine Emperor returned with crosses around their necks. Traders from England and the Rhineland brought not just silver and glass, but tales of a crucified god who rose from the dead. Some chieftains converted for practical reasons, to secure alliances, access European markets, or gain favor with powerful neighbors like the kings of England or Denmark. But conversion was never just personal. In a society where religion was communal, where the health of the crops, the success of the hunt, and the favor of the ancestors depended on proper ritual, abandoning the old gods was seen as betrayal. To stop sacrificing at the Hurg, sacred stone altar, or to tear down the temple of Thor, was to risk famine, defeat, and divine wrath. This tension came to a head with Olaf Tryggvason. Born around 963, Olaf was the son of a petty king in Vestfold. Orphaned young, he was raised in the courts of Novgorod, and later became a Viking raider in the British Isles. In 994, during a raid on England, he accepted baptism, possibly as part of a peace treaty with King Ethelred the Unready. But Olaf didn't just adopt Christianity, he weaponized it. Returning to Norway in 995, he seized the throne with a small but loyal fleet. What followed was not gentle evangelism, but holy war. According to the sagas, Olaf sailed from fjord to fjord, demanding conversion at sword point. At the Thing assembly in Trøndelag, he took the sons of resisting chieftains as hostages. When the people of Hålogaland refused to abandon their gods, he executed their leaders and burned their temple. In one chilling account, he tied a pagan priest to a rock at low tide and let the rising sea drown him, a grim parody of baptism. His reign lasted only 5 years. In 1000, a coalition of Danish, Swedish, and Norwegian nobles ambushed his fleet at the Battle of Svolder. Outnumbered, Olaf chose death over capture, leaping overboard in full armor into the Baltic Sea. His body was never found, but his legacy endured. He had planted the seed, and it would fall to another Olaf, to make it grow. Olaf Haraldsson, later Saint Olaf, was cut from different cloth. Born around 995, he too began as a Viking, raiding in England, France, and the Baltic. But unlike Olaf Tryggvason, he sought to build, not just conquer. When he became king in 1015, he didn't just preach Christianity, he began constructing a church, literally. He invited English bishops to Norway, established the first bishoprics at Nidaros and Selja, and began building wooden churches, simple, stave-framed structures that would evolve into the iconic stave churches of later centuries. He also worked to centralize royal authority, issuing laws that curbed the power of local chieftains and strengthened the king's role in justice and taxation. But his methods remained harsh. He destroyed pagan temples, outlawed sacrifices, and exiled or executed resistors. In the Trøndelag region, a stronghold of the old faith, he faced fierce opposition. Farmers there worshipped Freyr, the god of fertility, and saw Olaf's reforms as an attack on their way of life. The conflict came to a head in 1030 at the Battle of Stiklestad. A coalition of Norwegian nobles, backed by the Danish king Canute the Great, marched against Olaf. Among them were farmers, chieftains, and even some of Olaf's former allies. The battle was brutal and short. Olaf, outnumbered and betrayed, fell beneath a hail of spears and axes. He was 35 years old, but death was not the end of his story. Almost immediately, miracles were reported at his grave in Nidaros. The blind saw, the lame walked. A spring of clear water bubbled up where his blood had soaked the earth. Within a year, his body was exhumed and found incorrupt. His hair and nails still growing, his cheeks still rosy. These were the signs of sainthood. By 1031, Bishop Grimkel declared Olaf a martyr. Pilgrims began flocking to his shrine. Churches were dedicated to him across Scandinavia, and slowly, quietly, the people who had killed him began to worship him. Why? Because Olaf offered something the old gods could not: eternal life. In a world of short, hard lives, the promise of heaven, of reunion with loved ones, of rest from labor, of divine justice, was profoundly compelling. The old gods demanded sacrifice. Christ offered salvation. Moreover, Olaf became a symbol of Norwegian independence. While Denmark and Sweden fell under foreign influence, Norway had its own saint king, a native son, who defied foreign powers and died for his people. His cult was not just religious, it was national. By the mid-11th century, Christianity was firmly rooted. The first stone churches rose in towns like Bergen and Trondheim. Monasteries were founded. The Latin alphabet began to replace runes for official documents, and the old ways, though they lingered in remote valleys for centuries, were pushed to the margins. But the transition was never total. The Norse didn't simply erase their past, they wove it into the new. Look closely at the carvings of the Ørn Stave Church, built around 1,130 inches Song of Fjords. Among the Christian crosses and vine motifs, you'll find a serpent entwined with a lion, a clear echo of the Norse myth of Ragnarok, where the world serpent Jormungandr battles Thor. The craftsmen were Christian, yes, but their hands remembered the old stories. Even the language absorbed the shift. The word for go in Old Norse God was repurposed for the Christian god. Thursday Forstager. Thor's Day remained on the calendar, though few remembered why. And the Thing assemblies? They didn't disappear. They became the foundation of Norway's legal system, evolving into regional courts under royal oversight. By 1130, Norway was a Christian kingdom, but it was still unmistakably Norse. The longships still sailed. The skalds still sang. The fjords still echoed with the voices of fishermen and farmers. But now, when they looked to the sky, they saw not just Odin's ravens, but the cross of Christ. The age of raiders was over. The age of kings and cathedrals had begun. The bells of Nidaros Cathedral ring out over Trondheim, their bronze voices echoing across the fjord and into the pine-clad hills beyond. It is the 12th century, and Norway is no longer a patchwork of feuding chieftains. It is a kingdom Christian, centralized, and increasingly literate. Stone churches rise where wooden temples once stood. Royal decrees are written in Latin and Old Norse, not just spoken at thing assemblies. And in the royal court, scribes begin to record not just laws, but legends, turning the oral sagas of Harold Fairhair and Saint Olaf into written history. This is Norway's golden age of kingship. But golden ages are never gilded without shadow. For all its progress, this era is also one of civil war, ecclesiastical power struggles, foreign entanglements, and ultimately catastrophic collapse. The kingdom that emerged from the Viking crucible would reach its zenith under rulers like Sverre Sigurdsson and Magnus Lagabøte, only to be shattered by a plague so devastating it would erase half the population and leave the nation vulnerable to centuries of foreign domination. It begins, as so many medieval dramas do, with a succession crisis. After the death of Sigurd the Crusader in 1130, the first European king to lead a crusade to the Holy Land Norway descended into chaos. Sigurd had no clear heir. His illegitimate son, Magnus Sigurdsson, claimed the throne, but so did his half-brother, Harold Gill, who arrived from Ireland, claiming to be another of Sigurd's father's sons. The truth of Harold's parentage is murky. He allegedly passed an ordeal by walking on hot iron to prove his royal blood, but what matters is that he had enough support to challenge Magnus. What followed was not a single battle, but a civil war that would last for over a century. This wasn't just a struggle for the crown. It was a clash of ideologies, regional loyalties, and social classes. On one side stood the Bagler, a faction backed by the church, wealthy landowners, and Danish interests, who favored strong ties to European Christendom and centralized royal authority. On the other were the Birkebeiner, birch legs, named for the birch bark leggings they wore in winter, who championed the rights of commoners, local autonomy, and a more Norse vision of kingship. The Birkebeiners were led by one of Norway's most enigmatic and brilliant figures, Sverre Sigurdsson, born around 1145. Sverre claimed to be the son of King Sigurd II, though many doubted his lineage. A former priest and scholar, he was small in stature but immense in intellect. He spoke Latin, debated theology, and understood the power of narrative. When he joined the Birkebeiners in 1177, they were a ragged band of outlaws hiding in the forests of Østerdalen. Within a decade, Sverre had transformed them into a disciplined army and seized the throne. But his victory came at a cost. The church excommunicated him. Archbishop Erik Iversen fled to Denmark, declaring Sverre a heretic. The Pope himself issued bulls condemning him. For years, Norway was split not just politically, but spiritually. Two churches, two archbishops, two visions of divine order. Sverre refused to yield. He established his own bishoprics, appointed loyal clergy, and even wrote a political treatise, The Speech Against the Bishop, arguing that kings derive their authority from God and the people, not from Rome. It was a radical idea for its time, foreshadowing later struggles between church and state across Europe. He died in 1202, still excommunicated, but his legacy endured. The Birkebeiner dynasty would rule Norway for another generation, culminating in the reign of his grandson, Håkon Håkonsson, Håkon IV, who reigned from 1217 to 1263. Under Håkon, Norway entered its true medieval zenith. He ended the civil wars through diplomacy and force, reconciled with the church, and expanded Norway's influence across the North Atlantic. He brought Iceland and Greenland under Norwegian sovereignty, not through conquest, but through legal oaths and economic pressure. He even sent a fleet to Scotland in 1263 to assert Norwegian claims over the Hebrides and Isle of Man, though the campaign ended in stalemate after his death at the Battle of Largs. But Håkon's greatest contribution was cultural. He commissioned the writing of the Old Norse kings' sagas, including Snorri Sturluson's Heimskringla, preserving the oral history of Norway's past in elegant, literary prose. He built the Hall of Håkon in Bergen, a grand stone hall that still stands today as a symbol of royal power. And he strengthened ties with England, France, and Castile through marriage alliances. Yet even at its height, Norway's medieval kingdom was fragile. Its economy depended on a few key exports: stockfish, dried cod from the Lofoten fisheries, timber, walrus ivory, and soapstone. These goods flowed through Bergen, which became Norway's commercial heart. But by the 13th century, a foreign power had taken control of that trade: the Hanseatic League. Based in Lübeck, this confederation of German merchant cities established a permanent trading post Briggen in Bergen around 1350. At first, they were welcomed as partners, but soon, they dominated the stockfish trade, set prices, and operated under their own laws. Norwegian merchants were pushed to the margins. The Hanseatics built fortified warehouses, hired armed guards, and answered only to their own aldermen. The crown, weakened by internal politics, could do little to stop them. Then came the king, who tried to restore balance: Magnus Lagabøte, Magnus the Lawmender, reigning from 1263 to 1280. Magnus was a scholar king, deeply influenced by canon law and European legal traditions. He didn't wage wars, he wrote laws. Between 1274 and 1276, he issued Norway's first national legal code, replacing the patchwork of regional laws with a unified system based on reason, precedent, and Christian ethics. The Landslov, national law, covered everything: property rights, inheritance, criminal justice, even the treatment of animals. It abolished trial by ordeal, limited the use of capital punishment, and granted certain protections to women and the poor. It was one of the most advanced legal systems in medieval Europe. For a moment, it seemed Norway could thrive as a peaceful, lawful kingdom. But history had other plans. In the spring of 1349, a ship docked in Bergen. It came from England, its sails tattered, its crew feverish. Among its cargo was something far deadlier than wool or wine: Yersinia pestis, the bacterium that causes bubonic plague. The Black Death had arrived. It spread with terrifying speed. Fleas on black rats carried the disease from port to village, from fjord to mountain farm. Victims developed fever, swollen lymph nodes, buboes, and blackened skin. Most died within days. There was no cure, no understanding of contagion. Priests administered last rites until they too fell ill. Entire families perished in their longhouses, their bodies left to rot because no one dared enter. By the time the plague burned itself out in 1350, 60% of Norway's population was gone. Some estimates suggest the death toll was even higher, up to 70%. In remote valleys, whole communities vanished. Farms were abandoned. Fields returned to forest. The stave churches stood empty, their bells silent. The consequences were catastrophic. With so few people left, the economy collapsed. The Hanseatic League tightened its grip, knowing Norway had no labor force to rebuild. The crown lost tax revenue. Bishops died without successors. The legal system Magnus had built began to fray. Worst of all, Norway lost its sovereignty not through invasion, but through inheritance. In 1319, the 3-year-old Magnus Eriksson inherited not just Norway, but also Sweden through his mother. This created a personal union between the two kingdoms. When he was deposed in Sweden in 1362, his son Håkon VI retained Norway but married Margaret, daughter of the Danish king. When Håkon died in 1380, their son Olaf became king of both Norway and Denmark. But Olaf was only 10 years old and died just 7 years later, in 1387. That left Margaret, now a widow and mother of a dead king, as the de facto ruler of both realms. A woman in a man's world, Margaret was brilliant, ruthless, and politically astute. She had no title she ruled as regent or guardian, but she wielded absolute power. In 1397, she orchestrated the Kalmar Union, a formal union of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark under a single monarch, her grandnephew, Eric of Pomerania. On the surface, it was a union of equals. In reality, Denmark became the dominant partner. Norway lost its separate army, its foreign policy, and its royal court. Its nobility dwindled, many had died in the plague, and their lands were absorbed by the crown or the church. The Hanseatics controlled trade, and the Norwegian language began to blend with Danish, especially among the elite. By 1397, Norway was no longer a kingdom in its own right. It was a province, quiet, depopulated, and drifting into what historians would later call the 400-year night. But the flame had not gone out. In remote fjords and northern valleys, farmers still spoke Old Norse, fishermen still sang of Viking voyages, and in the ruins of abandoned farms, the memory of a free, fierce Norway lingered, waiting for the day it would awaken again. The bells still ring in Trondheim. The fjords still carve their silent paths through granite and ice. But something is missing. The voice of Norway itself has grown quiet, muffled beneath the weight of foreign crowns, distant decrees, and the slow erosion of memory. For over 400 years, from the formation of the Kalmar Union in 1397 to the dramatic spring of 1814, Norway would not speak with its own voice. It would not choose its own king. It would not write its own laws. Instead, it became a province, a loyal, often neglected appendage to the Danish realm. Its identity preserved not in parliaments or palaces, but in remote valleys, fishing skerries, and the stubborn hearts of its people. Historians have called this era the 400-year night. It is a poetic phrase, evocative but imperfect. For Norway did not sleep. It endured. It adapted. It whispered its stories in dialects the Danish court could not understand. And in that quiet persistence, the seed of a future nation remained alive. The union began not with conquest, but with inheritance and with a woman. Queen Margaret I of Denmark, though never formally crowned Queen of Norway, ruled all three Scandinavian kingdoms, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, with iron pragmatism and regal grace. After the deaths of her son Olaf and her grandnephew Eric, she orchestrated the Kalmar Union in 1397, uniting the crowns under a single monarch while promising each realm would retain its own laws, councils, and customs. In theory, it was a federation of equals. In practice, Copenhagen became the center of power, and Norway, already weakened by the Black Death, which had killed an estimated 60% of its population, was the weakest partner. By the early 15th century, Norway had no royal court of its own. Its nobility had dwindled. Many estates lay abandoned, their heirs buried in unmarked graves. The Archbishopric of Nidaros, once a spiritual powerhouse, lost influence as Danish bishops were appointed to Norwegian sees. In the Hanseatic League, that confederation of German merchants tightened its grip on Bergen's trade, turning Norway's economic lifeline into a stranglehold. For the average Norwegian, whether a fisherman in Lofoten, a farmer in Gudbrandsdal, or a reindeer herder in Finnmark, life continued much as it had for centuries. The seasons turned, the cod ran, the snow fell. But now, the taxes flowed south to Copenhagen. The laws were written in Danish, and the king, when he was remembered at all, lived hundreds of miles away in a palace whose name few could pronounce. Yet even in subjugation, Norway retained its soul. In the north, the Sami people, indigenous reindeer herders, hunters, and coastal fishers, continued their seasonal migrations across what is now northern Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. They spoke their own languages, Northern Sami, Lule Sami, and others, practiced shamanistic rituals centered on the sacred siedi, stone or wooden idols, and navigated a world defined by the rhythms of the Arctic sun and the movements of the herds. Danish and Norwegian authorities viewed them with a mix of curiosity, suspicion, and exploitation. Missionaries sought to convert them to Lutheranism. Tax collectors demanded tribute in reindeer hides and dried fish. But the Sami resisted assimilation, preserving their culture in the vast, silent expanse of the tundra. Meanwhile, in the south, A quiet cultural resilience took root. Though the elite spoke Danish, the rural population clung to their dialects that evolved from Old Norse but remained distinctly Norwegian. Folk tales of Huldra, forest spirits, trolls, and Nukin, water demons, were passed down orally, not in books but around hearths on long winter nights. Wooden stave churches, though no longer being built, stood as silent witnesses to a Christian faith that had long since blended with older beliefs. And the fiddle, introduced in the 17th century, became the voice of rural Norway, its haunting melodies echoing through valleys where no Danish official ever set foot. The Reformation of 1537 marked another turning point, when King Christian III of Denmark-Norway officially adopted Lutheranism. Norway's Catholic institutions were dismantled overnight. Monasteries were dissolved. Church lands were seized by the crown. Bishops were replaced with Lutheran superintendents, loyal to Copenhagen. The Latin Mass gave way to services in Danish, a language most Norwegians did not understand. For decades, many rural parishes continued to practice a hybrid faith, lighting candles to saints while reciting Lutheran prayers, burying the dead with both crosses and ancient protective charms. But the Reformation also brought literacy of a sort. Lutherans believed every Christian should read the Bible. So, the Danish crown commissioned a Danish translation of the Bible, which was used in Norwegian churches. Over time, Norwegians learned to read not in their own tongue, but in Danish. This created a strange duality: spoken Norwegian, rich and varied; written Danish, uniform and foreign. This linguistic split would shape Norway's cultural identity for centuries. The 17th and 18th centuries brought economic shifts. Norway's forests, once seen as obstacles, became assets. Timber was exported to the Netherlands and England for shipbuilding. Mines opened in Kongsberg, silver, and Røros, copper, the latter becoming a company town so isolated that its workers developed their own dialect and musical traditions. Røros, with its wooden houses and smoky chimneys, survives today as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a testament to Norway's quiet industrial awakening under Danish rule. Yet, Norway remained politically inert. It had no army of its own. Its foreign policy was dictated by Copenhagen. When Denmark went to war against Sweden in the 1600s, against Britain in the Napoleonic era, Norway was dragged along, its young men conscripted, its coasts blockaded, its economy strained. The Great Northern War, 1700-1721, was particularly devastating. Swedish forces invaded eastern Norway, burning farms and churches. Famine followed. In some regions, up to a third of the population perished. But even in hardship, a sense of distinctiveness grew. By the late 18th century, a new class emerged: the Norwegian intelligentsia, educated in Copenhagen but rooted in Norway. Men like Ludvig Holberg, though he wrote in Danish, and later Henrik Wergeland began to question the Union. They studied Norway's past, not as a Danish province, but as a land with its own heroes, laws, and language. The discovery of Viking burial mounds and runestones sparked a fascination with the pre-Union era. Was Norway truly inferior? Or had it simply been silenced? The spark that would ignite independence came not from within, but from without. In 1807, Denmark-Norway made a fateful choice. It allied with Napoleon Bonaparte. Britain, fearing French control of the Baltic, launched a preemptive strike. In September 1807, the British Royal Navy bombarded Copenhagen and seized the entire Danish fleet. Norway, cut off from Denmark by British naval blockade, was left to fend for itself. For the first time in centuries, Norway had to govern itself. Local officials organized food distribution. Militias were formed. Trade shifted from Denmark to Sweden and Britain, and a new idea took hold. What if Norway didn't need Denmark at all? The man who would give voice to this idea was Christian Frederik, the Danish crown prince and governor of Norway. Sent to Norway in 1813 to maintain Danish control, Christian Frederik instead became the unlikely champion of Norwegian independence. Charismatic, idealistic, and deeply influenced by Enlightenment ideals, he believed Norway had the right to self-determination. When news arrived in January 1814 that Denmark had been forced to cede Norway to Sweden in the Treaty of Kiel, Christian Frederick refused to comply. He called for a national assembly. In April 1814, delegates from across Norway gathered at Eidsvoll, a manor house north of Oslo. They were farmers, merchants, priests, and officers, 112 men in total, none of them nobles, for Norway's nobility had long since faded. For 5 weeks, they debated the future of their country. Some wanted to remain with Denmark. Others favored union with Sweden, but the majority, inspired by the American and French revolutions, chose a third path: a free, independent Norway with its own constitution. On the 17th of May, 1814, they signed the Norwegian Constitution, the second oldest written constitution in the world, still in continuous force after the United States. It established a constitutional monarchy, guaranteed freedom of speech and property rights, and declared that the people were the source of all power. Remarkably, it granted universal suffrage to all men who owned property, a radical idea for its time. Christian Frederick was elected king. For a few glorious months, Norway was free, but freedom came at a price. Sweden, backed by Britain and Russia, would not accept an independent Norway. In July 1814, Swedish forces invaded. The Norwegian army, though outnumbered, fought bravely, but it was clear they could not win. After a short war, the two sides negotiated the Convention of Moss. Norway would enter a personal union with Sweden, sharing a king, but keeping its constitution, parliament, and separate institutions. Christian Frederick abdicated and returned to Denmark. It was not full independence, but it was a beginning. After 4 centuries in the shadow, Norway had found its voice again. The 400-year night was over. The long awakening had begun. The year is 1814. The air in Norway is sharp with pine and possibility. After 4 centuries of silence, of laws written in Copenhagen, of kings who never set foot on Norwegian soil, of a language spoken but never written in its own right, a new sound begins to rise. It is not the clang of a blacksmith's hammer or the creak of a fishing boat's mast. It is the murmur of men gathering in secret, the scratch of quills on parchment, the quiet, determined voice of a nation rediscovering its name. This is the story of how Norway, long a province, became a people again. It begins not in triumph, but in betrayal. In 1807, Denmark-Norway made a fateful choice. It allied with Napoleon Bonaparte. Europe was tearing itself apart in the fires of revolution and empire, and Copenhagen believed that siding with France was the only way to preserve its sovereignty. But Britain, the dominant naval power, would not tolerate a French-aligned Scandinavia. In September 1807, the British Royal Navy bombarded Copenhagen, not to conquer, but to neutralize. Over 3 days, hundreds of civilians died. The Danish fleet, Norway's only link to the outside world, was seized and sailed away to England. Overnight, Norway was cut off. No ships arrived from Copenhagen. No royal decrees crossed the Skagerrak. No tax collectors came to collect grain or timber. For the first time in centuries, Norway was on its own. At first, this isolation brought hardship. Trade collapsed, coastal towns starved. But it also brought something unexpected: self-reliance. Local officials, sheriffs, priests, merchants began governing without orders from abroad. They organized food distribution. They maintained order. They even printed their own emergency currency. In Bergen, merchants negotiated directly with British blockade runners for grain. In Trondheim, farmers formed cooperatives to share seed and tools. The idea began to take root. Perhaps we do not need Denmark after all. Into this moment of uncertainty stepped a man who would become the unlikely father of modern Norway, Christian Frederick. He was the Danish crown prince, nephew of King Frederick VI, and since 1813 the governor of Norway, sent to Oslo, then called Christiania, to uphold Danish authority. Christian Frederick was young, idealistic, and deeply influenced by the Enlightenment. He believed in the rights of nations to self-determination. He admired the American and French revolutions, not their violence, but their ideals. And when he saw how Norwegians responded to isolation with resilience, not chaos, he began to wonder, what if Norway could be free? The opportunity came in January 1814. News arrived from Kiel. Denmark, defeated and bankrupt, had signed a treaty ceding Norway to Sweden as compensation for Sweden's losses in the Napoleonic Wars. There would be no consultation, no vote. Norway was simply handed over like a parcel of timber or a barrel of stockfish. To Christian Frederick, this was unacceptable. He knew that Norwegians would never accept Swedish rule, not after centuries of Danish domination, and certainly not after tasting autonomy. So he made a bold decision. He would not enforce the Treaty of Kiel. Instead, he would help Norway declare its independence. But he would not do it alone. In February 1814, he issued a proclamation calling for electoral assemblies in every county. These were not royal decrees, but invitations. Let the people decide their future. Farmers, merchants, priests, and military officers gathered in churches and town halls to choose delegates, not nobles or courtiers, but men of the people. Many had never held political office. Some could barely read, but all understood what was at stake. By April, 112 delegates had arrived at Eidsvoll Manor, a modest wooden estate nestled in the hills north of Christiania. The building itself was unassuming 2 stories, white-painted, with a grand hall that had once hosted hunting parties for Danish nobles. Now, it would host the birth of a nation. For 5 weeks, from April 10 to May 17, these men debated the soul of Norway. They were divided into 2 factions. The Independence Party, led by lawyer Christian Magnus Falsen and military officer Jorg Sverdrup, argued for a fully sovereign Norway with its own king, Christian Frederick, and a constitution based on popular sovereignty. They were inspired by the U.S. Constitution, the French Declaration of the Rights of Man, and the writings of Montesquieu and Rousseau. The Union Party, led by Karsten Anker, a wealthy merchant, feared that independence would lead to war with Sweden and economic ruin. They favored a personal union with Sweden, but with guarantees of Norwegian autonomy. The debates were intense but civil. There were no shouting matches, no duels, no walkouts. These were men who knew each other not as rivals, but as neighbors. They shared meals. They walked the grounds of Eidsvoll in the spring rain. They listened, and slowly, a consensus emerged. Norway would be independent, but not reckless. It would have a constitutional monarchy, not an absolute one. Power would reside not in the king, but in the people, represented by a Storting parliament. The king could propose laws, but only the Storting could pass them. Judges would be independent. Freedom of speech and property rights would be guaranteed. Most radically, the Constitution granted universal suffrage to all men who owned property, a standard that included not just landowners, but also tenant farmers, merchants, and skilled artisans. In 1814, this was revolutionary. Even in the United States, many states restricted voting to white male landowners. In Britain, only a tiny elite could vote. Norway, a nation of farmers and fishermen, chose democracy. On the 17th of May, 1814, the delegates signed the Norwegian Constitution. It was not perfect. It banned Jews and Jesuits, a clause not repealed until 1851 and 1845, respectively. It assumed Lutheranism as the state religion, but it was a living document meant to evolve. Christian Frederick was elected king not by divine right, but by the will of the people. For a few glorious months, Norway was free. But freedom is fragile. Sweden, backed by Britain and Russia, refused to accept an independent Norway. In July 1814, Swedish forces crossed the border. The Norwegian army, though outnumbered, fought bravely at battles like Lear and Matrand. But it was clear they could not win a prolonged war. Yet Norway did not surrender. Instead, it negotiated. In the Convention of Moss, August 1814, Norway agreed to enter a personal union with Sweden sharing a king, but keeping its constitution, parliament, army, and separate institutions. Christian Frederick abdicated and returned to Denmark. It was not full independence, but it was a victory. For the first time since 1397, Norway had its own laws, its own government, and its own identity. The union with Sweden was a marriage of convenience, not conquest. And the Constitution of May 17 remained intact, the second oldest written constitution in the world, still in continuous force. The legacy of Eidsvoll cannot be overstated. It proved that Norwegians could govern themselves. It gave them a legal and moral foundation for future independence. And it created a national holiday, 17. Mai, May 17, that remains the heart of Norwegian identity. To this day, children march through towns in traditional bunads, waving flags, singing songs, and celebrating not a king or a general, but a document, a testament to the belief that power belongs to the people. In the quiet halls of Eidsvoll, Norway did not just write a constitution. It remembered who it was, and that memory would carry it through the next century of struggle, until full independence was finally won in 1905. The year is 1814. Norway has a constitution. It has a parliament. It even has its own flag, a red field with a white cross, later modified to include the blue Union mark when forced into union with Sweden. But it does not have full independence. Instead, it shares a king with Stockholm, a compromise born of war, diplomacy, and the quiet desperation of a people who had tasted freedom and refused to let it slip entirely through their fingers. For the next 91 years, Norway would not fight for independence with swords or cannons, but with songs, stories, laws, and language. This was not a revolution of blood, but of memory. A slow, deliberate reawakening of a national soul that had slept for centuries beneath Danish rule. It was a march not across battlefields, but through schoolrooms, concert halls, newspaper columns, and the rugged valleys where farmers still spoke dialects untouched by Copenhagen's influence. At the heart of this awakening was a movement known as National Romanticism. Across 19th century Europe, nations were rediscovering their pasts not as dry chronicles of kings and treaties, but as living myths woven from folklore, landscape, and shared suffering. In Norway, this movement was not just cultural, it was political. To prove that Norway deserved sovereignty, Norwegians had to prove they were a people, not just a province. And so they began to collect. In the 1820 seconds, a young lawyer named Jørgen Moe and a schoolteacher named Peter Christian Asbjørnsen traveled from fjord to fjord, farm to farm, listening. They carried notebooks, not weapons. They sought not gold, but stories. In smoky longhouses and candlelit kitchens, they recorded the tales told by grandmothers and shepherds, stories of trolls who turned to stone at sunrise, of huldra women with cow tails who lured men into the forest, of Aslad, Askeladden, the clever youngest son who outwitted giants and won the princess. Published as Norwegian folk tales in 1841, these stories did more than preserve oral tradition. They created a national mythology, one that was distinctly Norwegian, rooted in the land, the seasons, and the quiet cunning of ordinary people. Unlike the heroic epics of other nations, Norwegian folk tales celebrated the underdog, the dreamer, the one who used wit over strength. It was a reflection of a people who had long been ruled by others but never truly conquered in spirit. At the same time, music began to speak the language of nationhood. In 1867, composer Edvard Grieg premiered his Peer Gynt Suite, based on Henrik Ibsen's poetic drama about a restless Norwegian dreamer who journeys across the world only to return home, broken but wiser. Grieg's music haunting, lyrical, infused with the rhythms of folk dances like the Halling and Springer, captured the soul of Norway in sound. The morning mood evoked mist rising over a fjord. In the hall of the mountain king pulsed with primal dread, and Solveig's song, tender and aching, became an anthem of faithful return. Grieg didn't just write music. He gave Norway a soundtrack of identity. Then there was Henrik Wergeland. A poet, playwright, and fiery Republican, Wergeland was the voice of the people in the early 1800s. He championed the rights of Jews, leading to the repeal of the ban on Jewish residence in 1851, defended the poor, and railed against Swedish influence. On the 17th of May 1829, just 15 years after the Constitution was signed, he organized a public celebration of Syttende Maj in Christiania. The Swedish governor, fearing unrest, banned the event. When crowds gathered anyway, soldiers opened fire. Wergeland stood in the front, unarmed, and was beaten with a saber. The incident, known as the Battle of the Square, turned Syttende Maj from a political statement into a sacred national holiday. Children began marching in parades. Families wore traditional costumes, bunads, stitched with regional patterns that had nearly vanished under Danish rule. The flag flew not just on government buildings but on farmhouses and fishing boats. May 17 became more than a date. It became a ritual of belonging. But perhaps the most profound battle of this era was fought not with music or protest, but with words. Under Danish rule, Norwegians spoke their dialects, but wrote in Danish, a language that felt foreign, formal, and imposed. After 1814, a question arose. If Norway is a nation, shouldn't it have its own written language? Enter Ivar Aasen. Born in 1813 to a poor farming family in Sunnmøre, Aasen was a self-taught linguist with a mission to create a written Norwegian based not on Danish, but on the rural dialects of the common people. He traveled across western and central Norway, meticulously documenting grammar, vocabulary, and pronunciation. In 1853, he published Grammar of the Norwegian Folk Language, followed by a dictionary. He called his creation Landsmål, country language, later renamed Nynorsk, New Norwegian. It was a radical act of linguistic decolonization, but not everyone agreed. Many urban elites, journalists, and officials preferred to reform Danish into something more Norwegian riksmål, later bokmål, book language. Thus began the Norwegian language conflict, a cultural war that continues in subtle forms to this day. Was Norway's true voice in the fjords or the cities, in the farmer's lilt or the clerk's pen? The debate was never just about grammar. It was about who gets to define a nation. Meanwhile, politics moved slowly but surely towards sovereignty. The union with Sweden was a marriage of convenience, but it was also deeply unequal. Sweden controlled foreign policy. The king lived in Stockholm. Norwegian consuls abroad were appointed by Sweden, even though Norway's economy depended on shipping and trade. When Norwegian merchants demanded their own consular service in 1905, the Swedish king, Oscar II, refused. That refusal became the spark. On the 7th of June 1905, the Norwegian Storting declared the union with Sweden dissolved. There was no war, no bloodshed, just a quiet constitutional act of self-determination. Sweden protested, but public opinion in Norway was overwhelming. A national referendum was held. 368,392 voted for independence, only 184 against. Now came the delicate question. Who would be king? Norway could have become a republic. Wergeland's dream might have been realized, but the Storting feared that without a monarch, Sweden or other powers might intervene. So they offered the crown to Prince Karl of Denmark, a man with no direct claim but with a crucial asset. He was married to Maud of Wales, daughter of Britain's King Edward VII. British support would deter Swedish aggression. Prince Karl accepted, but only after another referendum confirmed that Norwegians wanted a monarchy. On the 18th of November 1905, he arrived in Oslo by ship. At his side was his 3-year-old son, Alexander, who would take the Norwegian name Olaf. At the ceremony, Karl was asked, "Will you accept the crown as King of Norway?" He replied, "Only if the people will it." A messenger was sent to the crowd outside. Thousands shouted, "Yes!" And so, Håkon VII became Norway's first independent king in over 500 years. His first act? To walk through the streets of Oslo, unguarded, shaking hands with citizens. It was a stark contrast to the distant monarchs of old. This king belonged to the people. The long march was over. From the silence of Danish rule to the roar of 17. Mai parades, from folktales whispered in remote valleys to a constitution debated at Eidsvoll, Norway had rebuilt itself not through conquest, but through culture, law, and collective will. It had proven that a nation is not just borders and armies, but stories, songs, and the quiet courage to say, "We are who we say we are." And in 1905, the world listened. The year is 1905. Norway is free. After 4 centuries of union with Denmark, then Sweden, the nation stands alone once more. Its flag flying over a constitutional monarchy, its parliament sovereign, its people proud. King Håkon VII, a Danish prince who chose Norway over convenience, walks the streets of Oslo unguarded, shaking hands with fishermen, farmers, and school children alike. There is no army of bodyguards, no palace walls, just a king among his people, and a people finally in charge of their own story. For the next 3 decades, Norway chooses peace. It declares neutrality not out of fear, but out of conviction. Having spent centuries caught in the crossfire of Scandinavian and European power struggles, Norway decides its future lies not in conquest, but in cooperation, commerce, and conscience. It builds a modest navy, a small army, and invests instead in schools, hospitals, and the slow, steady work of democracy. The discovery of hydroelectric power lights homes and factories. The fishing fleet grows. The merchant marine becomes one of the largest in the world. And in 1920, Norway is granted sovereignty over Svalbard, the Arctic archipelago north of the mainland, a symbol of its growing role in polar exploration and science. But peace, as the 20th century would prove, is fragile. When the First World War erupts in 1914, Norway holds firm to its neutrality. It does not send troops to the trenches of France or Belgium, but it is not untouched. German U-boats patrol the North Sea, sinking Norwegian cargo ships carrying iron ore, fish, and timber to Allied ports. Over 1,100 Norwegian sailors die at sea. Families in coastal towns like Ålesund and Kristiansund receive telegrams bearing the worst kind of news. Ship lost. No survivors. Yet the government refuses to be drawn into the conflict. Norway's role is humanitarian. It feeds refugees, shelters the displaced, and becomes a quiet hub of diplomacy. After the war, Norway emerges not as a victor, but as a moral voice. In 1922, Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen, scientist, diplomat, and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, is appointed the first High Commissioner for Refugees by the League of Nations. He creates the Nansen Passport, a travel document for stateless people, saving hundreds of thousands of lives. Norway, small and newly independent, begins to see its strength not in arms, but in humanitarian leadership. But the calm will not last. In the 1,930 seconds, storm clouds gather again. Across Europe, fascism rises. In Germany, Adolf Hitler seizes power in 1933. Norway watches, uneasy. The Norwegian Nazi Party, Nasjonal Samling, National Unity, led by a former defense minister named Vidkun Quisling, gains a small but vocal following. Quisling, tall, cold-eyed, and convinced of his own destiny, preaches anti-Semitism, authoritarianism, and admiration for Hitler. Most Norwegians dismiss him as a fringe fanatic, but he is watching, waiting, and making secret contacts with Berlin. When the Second World War begins in September 1939, Norway again declares neutrality. It bans belligerent ships from its waters. It refuses to take sides. But neutrality is no shield against ambition. Hitler needs Norway, not for its land, though its fjords are deep and defensible, but for its strategic position. From Norwegian ports, German U-boats can control the North Atlantic. From its airfields, the Luftwaffe can bomb Britain. And most critically, Norway is the only route for Swedish iron ore to reach Germany in winter, when the Baltic Sea freezes. The ore travels by rail to the ice-free port of Narvik, then by ship down the coast. Lose Norway, and Germany's war machine starves. Britain knows this too. In early 1940, it plans to mine Norwegian waters to disrupt the ore shipments. But Hitler moves first. On the 9th of April 1940, at 4:15 a.m., German warships glide silently into Oslofjord. Paratroopers land near Stavanger. Troop transports dock in Bergen, Trondheim, and Narvik. The invasion is swift, coordinated, and brutal. Norway is caught off guard, not because it was unprepared, but because it refused to believe its neutrality would be violated. But not everywhere falls without a fight. At the mouth of Oslofjord lies Oscarsborg Fortress, an aging coastal battery manned by elderly reservists and cadets. As the German heavy cruiser Blücher, carrying 1,000 troops and Gestapo officers meant to seize the capital steams toward Oslo, the fortress commander, Colonel Birger Eriksson, faces an impossible choice. He has no orders, no confirmation of war, but he sees the swastika on the ship's hull. Either I will be decorated or shot, he says. Fire. Two 28-centimeter cannons roar to life. Obsolete? Yes, but loaded with live shells. The Blücher is hit amidships. Fires erupt. Ammunition explodes. Within hours, the mighty cruiser sinks, taking 830 men to the icy depths. The delay is crucial. In Oslo, the royal family and government escape northward. The gold reserves of the Bank of Norway, 50 tons of bullion, are loaded onto trucks and trains, beginning a desperate race to keep Norway's wealth out of Nazi hands. And King Haakon VII, offered safe passage to Sweden, refuses. I will not abandon my people, he says. His stand becomes legend. In a small village called Nybergsund, the king meets with his cabinet. Quisling, in Oslo, has already declared himself prime minister with German backing. But Haakon refuses to legitimize the traitor. I cannot appoint a government that has no support from the people, he tells his ministers. The decision is unanimous. Resistance. That night, German bombers raze Nybergsund to the ground. The king and his son, Crown Prince Olav, flee deeper into the mountains on skis, guided by local farmers. They become symbols of defiance monarchs who chose exile over surrender. By June 1940, organized Norwegian military resistance ends. The country is occupied. But the war is far from over. What follows is not a battle of armies, but of ordinary people. In cities and villages, a civilian resistance takes root. It has no uniform, no central command, just networks of teachers, priests, fishermen, and teenagers who refuse to accept the new order. They call themselves Milorg, military organization, Civorg, civilian organization, and later simply the Home Front. They begin small. They hide radios illegal under German rule and listen to BBC broadcasts from London, where the Norwegian government in exile, led by Prime Minister Johan Nygaardsvold, broadcasts hope. They print underground newspapers like Bulletinen, smuggling them door to door, reporting the truth the Nazis try to bury. They sabotage rail lines, cut phone cables, and tip off Allied pilots about German positions. But their greatest act of courage is saving lives. When the Nazis order the arrest of Norway's 2,100 Jews in October 1942, the resistance springs into action. Word spreads through churches, schools, and fishing docks. In Oslo, teachers warn Jewish students to stay home. In the port of Bærum, police officers tip off families hours before the raids. And in the dead of night, A flotilla of fishing boats led by men like Bjorn Foyn and Lars Gessland ferries Jews across the Oslo fjord to neutral Sweden. Over 1,000 Norwegian Jews escape. Only 771 are deported to Auschwitz. Of those, just 34 survive. But thanks to the resistance, over 90% of Norway's Jewish population is saved, one of the highest survival rates in Nazi-occupied Europe. Then there is Telemark. In the remote hills of southern Norway, near the town of Rjukan, sits the Vemork hydroelectric plant, the world's only producer of heavy water, deuterium oxide, a key component in nuclear fission. In 1940, German scientists seized the plant, hoping to build an atomic bomb. The Allies cannot allow this. In 1942, a team of Norwegian commandos, trained in Britain and led by Joachim Runeberg, parachutes onto the Hardangervidda Plateau, a frozen wilderness at 1,200 meters above sea level. They ski for weeks, surviving on reindeer meat and melted snow until they reach Vemork. On the night of the 27th of February, 1943, they slip past guards, climb a sheer cliff, and plant explosives on the heavy water cells. The mission Operation Gunnerside is a success. The plant is crippled. The Nazi atomic program is set back by years. It is one of the most daring sabotage operations of the entire war, and it is carried out not by foreign soldiers, but by Norwegians, fighting for their homeland in silence and snow. Meanwhile, King Haakon broadcasts weekly from London. His voice, calm and resolute, becomes a lifeline. Norway is not defeated, he says. It is occupied. There is a difference, and the people believe him. Every May 17 September, Norwegians defy the ban on celebrating their constitution. Children wear bunads under their coats. They hum the national anthem in schoolyards. In 1941, 10,000 Oslo school children march silently through the streets, holding only flowers. The Germans arrest teachers, but the message is clear. You can occupy our land, but not our memory. By 1945, the tide turns. As the Allies advance through Europe, Milorg grows into a force of 40,000 trained fighters. They prepare for liberation not with vengeance, but with order. When German forces in Norway finally surrender on the 8th of May 1945, there is no chaos. The resistance maintains peace. The legal government returns, and King Haakon sails home to a nation that has not broken. But the reckoning comes. Quisling is arrested, tried for treason, and executed by firing squad in October 1945. Over 40,000 collaborators are investigated. Some are imprisoned, others are shunned for life. The nation chooses justice over vengeance, guided by the same rule of law that had defined it since 1814. The war cost Norway dearly. 10,000 dead, 40,000 imprisoned, cities bombed, and a generation scarred. But it also forged a new identity, one of moral clarity, collective courage, and quiet resilience. Norway had not won the war with tanks or bombers. It had won it with fishing boats, school children, ski patrols, and a king who refused to kneel. And in the silence after the guns fell still, the fjords echoed not with victory chants, but with a deeper truth, that freedom is not given. It is guarded every day, by everyone. The war is over. The fjords are quiet again. The snow falls softly on the rooftops of Oslo, Bergen, and Tromsø, not with the hush of occupation, but with the gentle peace of a nation breathing freely for the first time in 5 long years. In May 1945, as German soldiers surrender their weapons and board ships bound for prisoner of war camps, Norwegians step out of their homes, blinking in the spring sunlight as if waking from a nightmare. They embrace strangers in the streets. They weep at the sound of church bells ringing without fear. And in the distance, a ship sails into Oslo harbor, carrying a king who never stopped believing in them. Haakon VII. Returning from exile in London, his face lined with worry, but his eyes bright with hope. Norway is free, but freedom, as the post-war world will show, is not an end, it is a beginning. And what follows is not just recovery, but reinvention. The first task is reconstruction. Cities are scarred. Rail lines are torn up. Factories lie idle. Over 10,000 Norwegians died in the war soldiers, resistance fighters, Jews sent to Auschwitz, civilians caught in bombings. Another 40,000 were imprisoned or tortured. The economy is in shambles. Yet Norway does not collapse. Instead, it rebuilds with discipline, solidarity, and a quiet determination that becomes the hallmark of its modern identity. Help arrives from an unexpected source, the United States. In 1948, Norway joins the Marshall Plan, accepting over $250 million in aid, equivalent to billions today. But this is not charity. It is investment, and Norway uses it wisely. Roads are repaved, power grids are modernized, schools are rebuilt, and crucially, Norway invests in hydroelectric power, harnessing its mountains and rivers to generate clean, abundant electricity. By the 1950 seconds, nearly every home in Norway has electric lighting, running water, and a radio broadcasting news in Norwegian, not German, not Danish, but their language. But the true transformation is social. Even before the war, Norway had experimented with social welfare pensions, workers' rights, public health. Now, in the shadow of fascism and the promise of peace, a new vision takes hold. The welfare state, led by the Labour Party, which dominates politics for decades, Norway builds a society where no one is left behind. Universal health care is established. Education becomes free from primary school through university. Paid parental leave, unemployment insurance, and old age pensions become rights, not privileges. This isn't socialism in the revolutionary sense. It is pragmatic solidarity, a belief that a strong society is built not on individual wealth, but on collective security. As Prime Minister Einar Gerhardsen, the father of the nation, puts it, we will build a Norway where every child, no matter their birth, has the chance to thrive. And for a time, it works. The 1950 seconds and 60 seconds are decades of quiet prosperity. Fishing fleets expand, shipbuilding booms. Norway's merchant marine becomes one of the largest in the world. Families buy their first cars, their first televisions. Children grow up never knowing hunger, never hearing the knock of the Gestapo at the door. But the greatest change is still beneath the waves. On the 23rd of December 1969, a Norwegian oil company, Statoil, later Equinor, strikes black gold in the Ekofisk field 320 kilometers off the southwest coast, in the icy waters of the North Sea. The discovery is monumental. Norway, a nation of fishermen and farmers, suddenly sits atop one of the largest oil reserves in Europe. At first, there is caution. Memories of wartime occupation make Norwegians wary of foreign dependence. Should they drill? Should they sell? Who would control this wealth? The answer comes not in haste, but in wisdom. In 1971, the Norwegian government establishes Statoil as a state-owned company, ensuring national control. In 1990, it creates the Government Pension Fund Global, often called the Oil Fund, to manage petroleum revenues, not for immediate spending, but for future generations. Every krone earned from oil and gas is invested in a diversified global portfolio. Stocks, bonds, real estate from New York to Tokyo. Today, the fund holds over $1.4 trillion, the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. It owns roughly 1.5% of all listed global companies. Every Norwegian, by birthright, is a shareholder in the world economy. But the fund is more than money. It is a moral covenant. The government withdraws only 3% of the fund's value annually for public spending, enough to fund schools and hospitals, but not enough to deplete the principal. The rest grows, compounded by time and global markets. And the fund operates under strict ethical guidelines. It divests from companies involved in coal, tobacco, weapons, or human rights abuses. It is capitalism with a conscience. This oil wealth could have made Norway greedy, arrogant, or complacent. Instead, it made the nation responsible. While other resource-rich countries fell into corruption or inequality, Norway doubled down on fairness. Oil revenues funded not luxury, but equality. University tuition remained free. Healthcare stayed universal. Childcare became affordable. Gender equality wasn't just a slogan, it became policy. By the 1982, Norway had one of the highest rates of female workforce participation in the world. In 1981, Gro Harlem Brundtland became the first female prime minister, later coining the term sustainable development in her landmark UN report. But progress was not without reckoning. For centuries, Norway's indigenous people, the Sami, had been marginalized. Their language was banned in schools. Their reindeer herding routes were disrupted by dams and roads. Their spiritual sites were ignored. But in the 1970s and 80s, a Sami rights movement emerged, demanding recognition, land rights, and cultural autonomy. Norway listened. In 1989, the Sametinget, the Sami parliament, was established in Karasjok, giving the Sami people a voice in matters affecting their lives. Sami languages were taught in schools. Traditional clothing gakti appeared on national television. And in 2005, Norway became the first country to ratify ILO Convention 169, granting indigenous peoples legal rights to their lands and resources. It was not perfect. Conflicts over mining, wind farms, and fishing rights continue. But the shift was profound, from assimilation to coexistence. Meanwhile, Norway began to see itself not just as a nation, but as a global citizen. In 1949, it joined NATO, a controversial decision, given its history of neutrality, but refused to allow foreign military bases on its soil during peacetime. It championed disarmament, human rights, and peacekeeping. And in 1901, it had helped establish the Nobel Peace Prize, awarded annually in Oslo, a symbolic gesture that placed the moral weight of peace in Norwegian hands. That role reached its zenith in 1993. In a quiet manor house outside Oslo Beauregard, later renamed the Oslo City Hall, secret negotiations took place between Israeli and Palestinian representatives. Facilitated by Norwegian diplomats Terje Rud Larsen and Mona Juul, the talks were held in utmost secrecy. No press, no leaks, just coffee, sandwiches, and the fragile hope of peace. The result? The Oslo Accords, the first direct agreement between Israel and the Palestine Liberation Organization. On the White House lawn in September 1993, Yasser Arafat and Yitzhak Rabin shook hands, with Bill Clinton between them. But the real work had been done in Norway, in rooms where trust was built one conversation at a time. For a small nation of 5 million, it was a moment of extraordinary moral leadership. Of course, Norway is not without flaws. In 2011, the nation was shattered by domestic terrorism. On July 22, far-right extremist Anders Behring Breivik bombed government buildings in Oslo, killing 8, then massacred 69 young people at a Labour Party youth camp on Utøya Island. It was the deadliest attack in Norway since World War II, but Norway's response was telling. Instead of calling for vengeance, Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg said, "Our answer is more democracy, more openness, and greater political participation." At the memorial, the nation sang Children of the Rainbow, a song about peace and unity. Breivik was sentenced to 21 years, with possible extension. Not executed, not hidden away, but held accountable within a justice system that values rehabilitation over retribution. In recent decades, Norway faces new challenges. Immigration has transformed its cities. Once ethnically homogeneous, Norway now includes communities from Somalia, Syria, Poland, and Vietnam. Debates over integration, language, and identity are heated, but they happen in parliament, in newspapers, in classrooms, not in the streets. Climate change threatens its Arctic north. Glaciers retreat, permafrost thaws, reindeer migration routes shift. Yet Norway, despite its oil wealth, leads in electric vehicles. Over 80% of new cars sold are electric. It invests heavily in carbon capture, wind power, and green technology. The paradox is real. An oil nation racing toward a post-carbon future. And globalization tests its values. Should the oil fund invest in tech companies that violate privacy? Should Norway export its gas while preaching climate action? These are not easy questions, but they are debated openly with transparency, ethics, and a deep sense of intergenerational responsibility. Today, Norway stands as a quiet paradox. Wealthy but humble, powerful but peaceful, modern but rooted. Its people do not shout their achievements. They live them in clean streets, in well-funded schools, in the quiet dignity of a society that believes no one should be left behind. On May 17, children still march in bunads, waving flags, singing songs. The king still walks among them, unguarded. And in the fjords, the mountains, and the northern lights, the soul of Norway remains unchanged, resilient, reflective, and deeply connected to the land that shaped it. From ice-carved cradle to oil-fueled conscience, Norway's story is not one of conquest, but of care for its people, its past, and its planet. And as the world grows louder, more fractured, more uncertain, Norway whispers a different truth: that peace is possible, that wealth can be shared, that even a small nation, if guided by principle, can leave a mark on history not with fire, but with light. If this journey through Norway's long and layered history brought you peace, insight, or a deeper appreciation for the quiet strength of a nation shaped by ice, sea, and resilience, please consider liking this video and subscribing. Your support helps keep these long-form, deeply researched historical narratives alive. And if you're comfortable sharing, let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always a quiet joy to know who's drifting off to sleep with us from around the world. Until next time, may your dreams be as deep and peaceful as a Norwegian fjord at midnight.